Why, hello everyone, and welcome to the stream. This is Otaku Showboat. Today is Thursday, October 12th, 2023. I'm tired today. I've drunk all of my coffee before starting the stream, so it's one of those days today, it seems. Yeah. So, you know how I said that I had bought the the Fire Max 11 Amazon tablet, and how that was brand spanking new? Well, it broke. The screen stopped working as I was using it Tuesday night. It was like 9:30 at night. I was sitting here reading, and the screen went black. And the backlight was like going off and on with the backlight. Just cycling off and on with the backlight. Not to 100%, but like, you know, it was as if it was trying to adjust for ambient light, but it just couldn't figure it out. Just constantly cycling. And I was like, really? 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 I've had it for 2 days! Like 3, really, but I've had it for single-digit days, and the screen blacks out. So I try to restart the device. It powers down. I could see it power down, holding the power button for an extended period of time. I try to power it back on. It makes its little power on noise, but still no screen. It's the same behavior, just black with the backlight going off and on. Great. It detects my fingerprint to turn on. So I know that the software seems to be working fine, but the hardware for the screen was not. I then powered off the device and tried to boot into Android recovery mode by holding down the volume down and the power button to turn it back on again. It turns on, no display of the recovery menu. So that's pretty obvious at that point that this is a screen issue and not really a issue on the software side that could be fixed with like a software reset. There's something physically wrong. I believe that it had an issue with a ribbon cable coming loose, potentially. I think it could have just been a ribbon cable thing. The backlight thing could be just a ribbon cable, like shorting out wrong pin. Just something moving slightly to the side, getting a little off from where it needs to be, could do something like this. But yeah, it can't go inside the devices. I don't have the tools, really, here to open the thing. And the thing's literally days old and well within warranty period anyway. So my day yesterday included an hour-long phone call with Amazon to order a replacement and to get this one out. So, yeah. despite it taking a long time on hold, overall, it's fine. Amazon customer service has always been A plus 10 out of 10 tier with me. It's always been fantastic customer service with Amazon. So that was fine. They did not put me through a troubleshooting script after I explained what I had already tried to get it working again. And they took it. They processed an exchange. I was told that there was a potential that I would have to pay like $15 for shipping the replacement, but then they came back later and said, oh, we were able to do it for free. I was like, you damn well better have done it for free. I've been a Prime member for how long? I've had an account on Amazon since 2009 and made a lot of purchases with a very low incidence of issues where I've had to have things returned. Actually, I think this is quite possibly this is the third return I have ever made to Amazon. The third total ever return of all purchases I have ever made since 2009 when I made the account. Third time. And there have been a couple of other things where I've gotten refunds without having to return an item because of shipping issues, primarily. There was, of course, that one time, the story of being sent the wrong motherboard that I ordered twice in a row. That was the first time I had to return something, essentially during a period of time where I was working on upgrading my computer. My existing motherboard had stopped working on me, in my perception. Of course, it wasn't actually broken. It was my own stupidity, not realizing how to fix the issue at the time. But to me, it was not working, and I needed something for the, week or two, week and a half, until a brand new upgraded motherboard system arrived. So I ordered a motherboard, and they sent me a lesser motherboard than what I ordered. I was like, I let them know, hey, that you sent me the wrong thing. They're like, okay, return it, place an order with a different vendor, and get the new one. It's like, okay. So I do the order for the different vendor. They send me the same exact wrong item from what I ordered from a different vendor, both of which were fulfilled by Amazon. So there was an issue at the Amazon warehouse where the item had been mismarked on their shelves. And so anyone who ordered this item was getting the wrong item if it was a fulfillment by Amazon. It was a problem from them on their end. So when I had called them the second time saying, hey, you sent me the wrong item now twice in a row of the exact same wrong item, at that point they said, okay, keep this second item, we'll send you a refund. And I then didn't need the thing because so much time had passed by then. By the time I got the second item, that it's like, well, there's no point now. Still had to send the one back, though, and that was the first time I ever had something returned. Other issues I've had was where items that particularly were supposed to be mailed and delivered on a Sunday were ending up misdelivered to different locations. So they were physically being handed off out of the chain of custody from USPS specifically, because at the time they actually had USPS actually doing Sunday deliveries for Amazon in that area that I was living. They were giving it to the wrong apartment complex. And so I would immediately call and be like, hey, this was misdelivered. And they sent me the item again. Every time that happened, by the way, I ended up getting the original item eventually. The misdelivered location just put it back into the mail and it ended up at the destination. But it still left the chain of custody. So that's a problem. That's a problem on USPS side. It shouldn't have happened. But I did end up getting a couple extra volumes of stuff behind me because of that. A couple times. But that was the worst of it from Amazon stuff until fairly recently when I had the micro SD card issue, where I ordered a micro SD card and it arrived and it was all beaten up, smashed. Like actually smashed. And dirty, extremely dirty. Like it got run over by a car. And of course the thing didn't work. So I had to return that, and I returned that and got a different brand, a name brand replacement, which ended up costing a bit more, but, you know, don't want to get something that's literally broken sent to me. And that, I don't think that wasn't that long ago. But regardless, it's the first time I've had an Amazon device be broken. Like, within days. I've had an Amazon device fail after years of ownership. My very first Kindle Fire, which at the time was named the Kindle Fire, my very first tablet screen died after a few years of having it. And my response was to replace it because clearly it was time to replace the device with an updated version. And I still have the updated version somewhere around here until I eventually replaced that in place. It was still working. I just updated to a bigger version with the 10. I think I have the 8. I think I have the 8 somewhere. Old 8, and then previous model 10. And I was supposed to get the 11 and have the 11 as like my 4th device, but now I have to wait for the exchange to ship, which as of right now, it looks like I still haven't gotten a notification about the replacement shipping, even though it's supposed to be delivered today. So that's where that stands. Hopefully, the replacement doesn't die in 3 days, like the previous one. Hopefully, Amazon doesn't have a major quality control issue with their Fire Max 11. Because if it happens again, I don't think that I'm going to want to have an exchange. Anyway, all that being said, let's get into the game. The game! Yes, the game. 15 minutes later. Well, last time we met, I set up Niobium on the train network over yonder. I realized this morning, I noticed this morning, that this had stopped working. Because I somehow missed going over and actually, like, having my nanobots finish placing everything in here, so this sort of got clogged up. Stopped producing the tar. So I've placed these, and it's all working again. And I'm getting my niobium plate output from this system. It's nice, it's wonderful, and it's coming into the mall. I put requests in for the various bits and pieces of mechanical parts as well as for the niobium plates. We spent the rest of the stream working on destroying / removing the main bus from the base, because what was left on the main bus that wasn't on the train network was stuff that I would need to do in order to progress into PyScience 2 anyway. And I figured it's fine. It's time. The stuff that I did not have on the train network is stuff that wasn't even being provided onto the bus anyway. It was just stuff that existed in boxes and wasn't being consistently produced anyway. So it was cDNA with retrovirus as well as the cotton gut studs. I will eventually do the cotton gut studs. That's just when I need more cotton guts and I need to have more of the modules for the studs. That's when I'll do it. But until then, it's very low priority for them. The retrovirus and the cDNA are directly required in order to get into PyScience 2. And I say that cDNA is required to get into PyScience 2 because we will need creatures where the first version of those creatures needs cDNA to build them. Specifically, we need to have Zipier, and we need to have sponges, and we need to have Archods, and we need to have Corlex. We need all of those online in order to get into PyScience 2. Because we're going to need Corlex milk, we're going to need Archod venom and honey, and we're going to need Zipier eggs, and I believe we do need the sea sponges too. I think we need sea sponges. Do I need sea sponges? Yes, I need sea sponges for cytostatics. Yeah, so this is Pi 2 in the amount that I want of the Pi 2. It's a thing. We're also going to need to go through the process of getting into artificial blood, which I believe involves our good friend, the cobalt processing chain into cobalt fluoride. So we need to get cobalt extract, and we need rare earth oxides to get into that. So this will take a while to get into. PyScience 2 will take multiple streams of progress in order to actually finish getting it. Main thing being the good alien samples. Those are a lot of effort. Also, just Archods in existence will be quite a bit of effort. Other than that, we have most of the other stuff, or could get most of the other stuff. The casein is from Corlex. We need Zipier here. We need to process cotton guts to get into Paragen, which that's going to need the cytostatics, which need the wonderful sea sponges. So yeah, lots of things. I will note that the artificial blood here is going to be required to get into the first Corlex and Zipier. We will need silver for the fetal serum that is required in here for these. Yeah. And I need Fat Eye to get into the rare earth. The ore for the rare earth, I think, is through the carapaces, yeah. So we need to do the Fat Eye to do the rare earth processing chain into rare earth oxides. Lots of work ahead of us on that front. However, I am going to start the day not by working on any of this, but by getting into military science, because this is the lowest hanging fruit for progression, for meaningful progression, because this will allow us to take some techs without having to do anything. We can just build it. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm just going to go and build it. I'm going to first make sure that I have everything that I need for it. Okay. Alright. Alright. I've got a few depots I have a few depots here, having gone and finished removing the bus. Let's talk about some of the stuff that I did in between streams, because we haven't really talked about that yet. We've talked about what I did last time and the plans for today. What did I do between streams to help prepare me for today? Well, I finished removing the stuff from the main bus, and I removed the old NextLit build that produced NextLit from nothing. 1/2 of 1 unit per second of NextLit for an entire square of space was not good enough for me. I did not want that to take up that much space. So I removed it. I also am now providing the fuel for my landfill build by train. I'm not bothering putting the landfill onto trains, but I could. It's, in total, as I've said before, this is 128 items per second for landfill. 128 landfill per second being produced out of this build, if it's all moving. Yeah. So I got that done. I got what was like all the belt lines and things cleared out from this cell as well. So I've opened up 7 cells of stuff, and I've placed all of the rails in here. I haven't placed all the signals or all the wire, the power poles and such for all of this, but yeah, it's is nice having space to work with close to the mall area. Now, I will also note that my original intent was to, you know, have the mall be the center of the base. But you can probably tell how well that's gone so far. The intent was to have the mall be the center of the base. But we've sort of been building a lot on the left and on the bottom, and now I'm like going to the top. I need to place a lot of landfill to fill out the right side of things. All right. What else did I do besides get through this? Well, let's just say that this took a very long time to finish after we met last time, because I completely ran out of nanobot ammo. And the ability to build additional nanobot ammo completely ran out. Because I didn't have enough copper to build small parts for the repair packs for the nanobot ammo, construction ammo. So what I've done between streams is I've gone and I have finished these 2 builds that I had put down a bit ago. It was like, or I said I would do this, I think, at some point, where I would just add more to the build down below here. Just copy pasted this from above twice. Set it up to all produce plates. So now I have 45 per second of the copper plates. I added a couple of trains, so now there's like 3-4 trains moving copper plates. And it would appear as if I am at the limit of the ability of the bulk rail loader to load the trains at this point in time, until I get into better upgrades to stack size for inserters. Inserter stack size upgrades will increase the speed of the bulk rail loaders and their ability to load the trains. I could do stacked items to improve the throughput further, because even though the density doesn't change of the stack sizes, essentially each swing will move 5 items if I am moving stacked items around. So that would inherently increase the total throughput by using stacked items and putting the stacked items into the wagons. This is why one would want to put stacked items into wagons, is for these high throughput scenarios, because clearly we can only move somewhere between 30 and 45 items per second into the train consistently, it can do that exact same amount to stacked items that are worth 5 times as much. Right? So then you can like basically multiply the total throughput by 5 on these bulk rail loaders. As long as you have enough trains, then it becomes a number of train issue rather than a throughput of the bulk rail loaders issue. But doing that would require quite a few edits across the base to every place that is currently using plates. If I were to try to convert this into making and providing stacked copper, the best course of action would be to make a new factory that provides stacked copper, and then as I need additional copper, start requesting the stacked version of the copper rather than the unstacked version. And as I go through, I can go through the base at my leisure, basically at that point, to convert from the unstacked to the stacked versions. It wouldn't cause issues. Okay, I'm over here and I'm looking specifically at picking up infrastructure. Any infrastructure that's in here? Yeah, it looks like I have a few things in here that I would like. That ended up in here from emptying things out earlier, as I was clearing out my inventory from picking up everything in the mall. There's just a few things hanging out in here. Just a few. Okay, what do you have to say? Fawagi. Fawogay. You. Gib. And... Huh? You. Gib. Gib, Gib, Gib. Gib, Gib, Gib. Yeah, like half of all of the things. It would be so much nicer. It will be so much nicer when I'm able to actually replace these as storage depots. That way my bots can just grab things from them. Bring them to me. Fulfill my requests. I think I'll do this over here. Make it close to the science labs. Alright, off we go. To build some military science. It's nice that I can actually go straight through this now. Alright. Alright. I will note that I also need to make a saline build for this. So I'll need to copy my 25 per second saline build into here. I'll need to import wood, coke, steel, lead, and aluminum. It's a lot of lead. It's a lot of lead to make military science. That's the main expense for this, is the lead, of which we do not have great solutions for lead at the moment. Especially since I know that I have to copy and paste my existing lead build to double it, essentially, just to make a bit of silver. Alright, that'll do. Okay. Oh boy. So this... I don't remember if military science required the gunpowder in our previous playthrough. I think it did. I think this is something that was part of alternative energy. So gunpowder is a relatively recent addition for getting into military science, specifically to get into the firearms. It essentially requires you to do coke and sulfur and saline. Why am I saying occasionally my... Like, every so often my preview, like, goes black. I don't know why that's happening. It, like, flashes black. I think it's, like, doing things with the quality of the stream, maybe. I don't know. It's, like, flashing on me. I don't know why it's doing that. I have no indication on my end why that would be happening. So this needs sulfur. For sulfur, we can get into sulfur through Fawagie, and that's why we have a Fawagie plantation. And as long as I provide this with wood, I don't need to worry about byproduct ash. Excuse me. Wood. Wood stacks, come on down. That goes into this guy. We only need one of this guy. You need coke. There we go. That's not the correct thing. Then I need to pull some power down so I can place the 25 saline. I'll point out that, yes, placing the extra copper did absolutely help at being able to get my small parts back online in order to make the nanobot ammo. It's just, I am limited to the one building here. It does still take time to build said nanobot ammo. I also did put in a building to make small parts locally at the mall, but this is just to make sure I have a trickle. It is not intended as the primary supply for the mall. It's just to be sure I have existent amounts happening, even if I am short a bit. Sure taking you a while to get here. Alright, those are going. Next up, I need stone. So which of these is my stone? Do I even have a stone one? I think it's you. You are stone. Yes, you are stone. You are 5 stone. Specifically. Of which I need 3 1/3. Of course, okay. Number is bigger than 0.6, therefore I would need to use electrical inserters or use loaders, and I'm going to use loaders. But it makes half, so regular mechanical inserters are fine on the outputs. All that's going in to make walls. We've made our first wall at 1,729 hours. Yay. Woohoo. Steel and lead. Steel and lead. Gee, I wonder. Okay. That is those. I'll need the lead, but I'll also need aluminum. Aluminum. Yummy, yummy, aluminum. There we go. And the lead's coming in. And that is that. That is military science. That's flowing. Makes that start flowing. Made our first piercing round magazines at 1729.22. And the next pop-up should be for military science at 1729.22.59. Yay. Yay. Military science. We got a new science pack. Huzzah! Woohoo! New science online. The easiest of the science packs in the game for Pyanodons mods. The easiest of all of them. there's an argument for automation science, but being simpler, but it's just that at the point in the game that you make the military science, it's just a matter of do it. And there's not really anything much that's complicated, that's new here. Just this guy. This is like new-ish. But really, it's just what you already have by this point. This is all just stuff you already have. Generally. That's why I think it's easy. Because it's just a matter of doing it. Just do it. Just make it. Have your factory and make it. Alright. Now. We need to plan. Because PyScience 2 is a mission. Oh boy. Yeah, so the rest of the stream will be devoted towards working towards getting into the things that we need to get for PyScience 2. This will not be finished until probably next Thursday. Because so much of this is new that the entire thing will be streamed. As I've mentioned before, in case we've forgotten, I will stream new things. Off screen, I will scale old things. That is how I try to do things. Try to do things around here. Between streams is for scaling, which is what we've been doing for a while. Getting all the things off of the main bus and onto the train network involved scaling those things as well. And that's why it took a while longer than, you know, everything else to this point. That stretch of time is the biggest stretch of time of somewhat tedious progress in the entire mod suite. Now that we're at this point and are actually progressing, yeah, we're going to be doing a lot more stuff, new stuff together going forward. And we're actually playing the game, really playing the game. Alright. So, this will have to begin with getting into several items so that we can make the first creatures. So, cDNA, it needs to be on the more immediate agenda. And cDNA needs retrovirus. So we need to get into retrovirus as probably the very first item. We will also need to get into silver for fetal serum. And we need to get into this artificial blood, so we need to get into the Thadai as among the first of the new creatures. Oh yeah, we also do need Ulrich. That's another thing. We need Ulrich. We need Ulrich, which I can set up at any time. I actually already have a couple of initial Ulrich modules that I built on the bus. So Ulrich can happen at any time. Ulrich are needed to get into Arcod Honey at this point in the game. It's based off of Ulrich. You spend Ulrich and you get Arcod Honey. But of course, that would mean I need Arcods. I need to set up Arcods, and I can do that at any time. Once I get the cDNA, I think. So, retrovirus into cDNA, then silver for fetal serum. Fetal serum is guts plus silver, primarily. Where do I have? Do I even have the fetalist of serum as a direct ingredient here? I don't think so. Glassware, guts, and silver. Glassware, guts, and silver. So I have the guts, I have the glassware, I just need the silver. Yeah, that's a lot of silver for this point. So just reminder right now, I'm going through a like general outline of an order that I need to do things in, because I can't just arbitrarily pick a place to start this. There is a specific order in which things need to be done. So I'm just trying to come up with that order, and I've just added Tufra to the list because I need to have Tufra as food for Corlax once I have artificial blood. So Tufra can come like around that artificial blood point, but artificial blood is going to require Ario and the cobalt. Because down here, and albumin is blood, so we have the blood. Albumin is free. So the artificial blood to get into Corlax, initial Corlax, that is going to need me to go through cobalt extract and rare earth oxides, and the rare earth oxides, in order to get into the rare earth oxides, will require going into Fat Eye. And what do I need for the cobalt? Oh god. It's just the mixed ores, cyanic pressured, so yeah, I need the rare earth ores. The rare earth processing. So I need Fat Eye into rare earth. And then I can do cobalt for the artificial blood. So rare earth will come before cobalt. I'm just trying to see, is there anything I'm really missing? The sponges are easy, and I can set them up at any time. So at any point, I can do sponges. They're not really blocked behind anything. Zipier are locked behind the artificial blood, as well as the Corlax. And the Archod honey needs the Ulrich, so I have to make sure I do the Ulrich before I do the Archods. Yeah, I think that's a decent enough outline, and I can work from there, basically at my leisure for everything else. Just whatever order I want for everything else, and when I want to do things. Just I need to keep in mind that yes, retrovirus and cDNA are very first things. I actually do need to like import poor alien samples into the mall. I need to make sure that I do that actually as like the first thing, because I need poor alien samples here. I could do this remotely, but you know, we're just gonna take a walk down the train station. Let's see here. Are you free? Yes. Poor samples. I am going to need to extend my station further. I'm not stopping until I reach the edge. This was my intent. This is why I built the mall area to be so wide, was to specifically accommodate this shenaniganery. Now, I want to point out this is very much shenaniganery. This wonderful, like, fishbone setup here. I will very much be considering adding a side second line onto here, so that trains that need to go to the, like, second half-ish part of it can go around the first set. Don't have to wait around for things, because that will become an issue eventually. But for now, I think it's okay, and I think I am pretty sure that my robots are able to take care of building this for me. And if you think that this is the only train station that's going to exist here, no. No, 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 no. This is not enough stations to feed a mall by the end of the game. This will definitely not be enough stations. I will most certainly need a second one of these. I will need to double this minimum. And that will be up here and fed in this side. Through this one. That'll be that stretch fed from here. That's the plan anyway. Oh boy. So I think the poor alien samples might have been the only thing I needed. Now, of course, I'll also note that I did do some of this stuff here in the mall between streams. I did set this up between streams. Actually, just before today's stream, I put this down, and I put this down. The all of my current accessible codices. Also, water fill is nice. Floor tiles, I guess. That's like literally the only military science that I need right now. This apparently unlocks domestication for eventually, so I'll need to pick this one up as a prereq. But I don't need anything else. Nothing else is a prerequisite for anything of value that I can currently research. So 3 whole techs. We made military science so that I could make so I could get 3 entire technologies, and it's moving. Oh boy, is moving. Yes, it's glorious. Glorious is moving. Okay. So I have all those. Those are all of my currently accessible codices getting made. And then over here, I have, of course, the original Digosaur. I have a few Digosaurs available. That sneeze came up on me pretty quick. But as you can see in here, poor alien samples. Poor alien samples. Poor alien samples. So not for that one, but that one, and that one, and that one. Yeah, I need a few. I also need biosamples. May as well just set this for now. I think I'm importing biosamples, but I could be wrong. I'll need to bring in, of course, the coke oven gas to actually make the archods. Archods are something I could make now. Once I provide cDNA, of course. I need to provide Pi 1 in the mall. And I guess technically I should put a request in for logistics science, but you see, when I had the setup here, I had an entirely full box, and there's still like 5,300 units of science in there, so I may as well use it before worrying about getting a request in. Oh boy. Alright. I'll do this remote this time. And there we go. So, what are we doing after we beat Pi? What are we doing after Pi? As I've been saying, I do think that it will be Omni at this point. OmniPi. Potentially with compression, we'll see. Great. That sneeze got me sniffly. A bit. Alright. Plan. Retrovirus. I will be making the retrovirus in the improved recipe that I have access to right now, which is the liquid nitrogen recipe. I believe I have Vrout cocoons provided on the trade network and all of the everything but the petri dishes. So that is the plan. That is the plan. I need the nitrogen made. There we have it. Do I want you to make a mod to have the offshore pumps do water instead of Omnic water? I need to look at what is involved in processing the Omni water into water. If you only really need 1 or 2 buildings to convert the Omni water to water at a sufficient rate, then whatever. It's fine. But if you need like 10 buildings just to make 1200 per second, then yeah, might be considering it. And what even is the point to an Omnic water if it's only going to be water? That seems rather weird. Like, there needs to be other things that it can make besides water to justify its existence. Maybe it also does the muddy water in Angels, and that's why it exists. That might be it. The stuff that gets filtered into all the gems. Alright. You. There. Get thee going. I do need a fluid for this, so that fluid station can stay. I also need route cocoons, empty glassware, steel, lab instruments, seaweed. I think that's it. Alright. This brings in gasoline. Reminder that I actually do have gasoline. It is one of those things that sort of flew under the radar a little bit, I think, because it's being provided at Rubber. It's being provided at Rubber. Because I am doing tar processing at Rubber, and I'm doing the processing of light oil into aromatics and gasoline over here to get more aromatics as part of the processing to make the butadiene, polybutadiene. And that just has given me consistent gasoline. I built it so that it is consistent gasoline. I almost am at water fill. We have the ability to make water fill now. If I had dynamite. If I build dynamite. We would need to make dynamite first and make the glycerin for the dynamite. Glycerol for the dynamite, excuse me. Okay, start with the nitrogen part of this build. Where do I have nitrogen? Which doohickey was that? There's a massive build that had nitrogen. That's part of it, and I've forgotten. You, hi. Grab 18 of you. Make sure I have everything voiding here. That needs to get voided. That should do for that. That will give me nitrogen. I will need... I hate when it does that. I hate when it does that. Alright, that's 50 of the steam. It's 500 C, but it doesn't matter so much. Alright, just provide the empty petri dishes now. If I have any. I don't have any, but any extra to feed this build, that
Wish
is.
everyone a good stream.
Hey, thank you so much, Nekusasu, for extending the stream by an hour yet again. Oh boy. Well, I am definitely not lacking for things to do going forward. We have lots of new things to do, lots of new stuff to set up to get into PyScience 2. This is just the beginning. While we've seen retrovirus before, this is the first time we're doing liquid nitrogen to get into it. So there's at least that. Our empty petri at retro. I wanted to just show this to do the automation of cDNA, ultimately. Alright. That is, as they say, that. Next, I need to compress. Oh. Yeah, you sort of need a compressor to compress. Yeah, we need a compressor to compress. Have I built compressors? Have I put a location for building compressors? Do I have a building? Doing compressors. I'm not seeing one. I do. It's right here. And I do have compressors. All right. Bots are bringing it to me. That's good. Bots are bringing me a few things, actually. But really all I need is the stuffs, the compressor. I think that's all I need. Do I also need these? Incubators? No, I have incubators. Oh boy, I have incubators, don't you worry. How many bots am I up to now? I have 1108. And I did start flooding in additional Constructo bots as they're built. Because as I deleted things from the bus, I did end up picking up some roboports that ended up having construction bots in them. So I actually went from 300 Constructo bots to like in the 200 range. It says 288 right now. But I have like 50 on me, of which I only need 20. There's not too good of a way of dropping them off. I think I can do a half stack. Where are you? There you are. Oh, I have... There. We have more. We have 363 now. Constructive bots in the network. I only need 20. That's all I can manage. Alright, they brought me things. I don't think I need the rail on me at the moment. You use the rail for this project, Liz. Autosave is autosaving. Yeah, so each part of this gets built in phases, and as it turns out, I actually do have enough robots to place everything in each phase of the extension that's within a construction range. So I would have to manually place power and roboports in order to force more active construction bots to work on building it. Did that place all of it? Of course not. Why would it have placed all of it? There. That looks better. All the stuff placed. All right, compressor. Compress! Your cat is here? I don't know where my cat is, where the kitties are today. Well, I know where Dolly is. Dolly is under my bed, but I don't know where Ollie went. I don't know where my Ollie went. He's probably somewhere comfy. Or being annoying. One of the two. One of these two, I know for as fact. One, two, three. Great. Probably both, yes. Probably both. More likely than not, both. Both of these things. That will work. Ish. These will be shared belts. I don't think anything is stacked. Of these items. Glassware. Yes, glassware. I actually have to be specific about Vrauk cocoons. They're not just cocoons. Because there just so happens to now be a second cocoon type. We've made 1,000 mil science packs already. There are Zungroar cocoons now, as of Pi Alternative Energy, / I think maybe a little bit before that. I don't know when Zungroars were added exactly. But they have cocoons. And it's weird. And the cocoons for the Zungrar are basically treated like they're eggs, but they do have a couple of outside uses. So it's very, very similar to the Vrauk cocoons. Ah, boy. Where the Vrauk cocoons have a couple of outside uses besides just being hatched into the adults. All right. This is all flowing. We actually have steel on the way, so we'll get some of this retrovirus online. There we go. I just need to, you know, actually hook up the liquid nitrogen. And the retrovirus is moving. There it is. Automated retrovirus with the improved retrovirus recipe. Danger. Oh boy. Next, cDNA. It's so circular. That's a bit much stuff. I don't have moss gene samples. Did they ever fix the power blimp thing? No. There has not been an update to that as far as I'm aware. As far as I'm aware, the discharge station with even medium electric poles does not count as powered. So it is impossible to access the power produced through the doohickeys. It's probably better to just make these local. Yeah. I have everything that I need for it, so let's get started. And it's pretty much the previous build. I don't think there's any input fluids here, but I do need like all of the solids from the previous factory. Plus extras. Plus more, because I need an actual retrovirus input too. So I need... What do I need? I need there to be seaweed. I need there to be the empty petri dishes. Yes. Then I also need retrovirus, plasmids, moss. Retrovirus, plasmids, moss. glassware, incubated petri, basic substrate. I think that's all. That's what I need. Get over there. Creak. My chair is creaking. So I'm probably, I think, going to take my break before starting this build. Because I need to take a break, and it's gonna need to be a couple more minutes, I think, than usual, so we'll physically get there, and then I will go to my break screen real quick like, and we'll have this be our regularly scheduled break time. There hopefully won't be another, but yes, I need to take a break. Be back in a few minutes. I've returned. Welcome back. I no longer feel like I'm going to explode, which is nice. I did bring an Ollie with me, but he just left. He left me. He was in the den behind me, just sitting on top of a large of a large can. A large can of I think it's a large can of green beans. Massive can of green beans that is expired. Should throw it away, but it's just been sitting there. It's been living its best life, just resting very comfortably in the den, just sitting, minding its own business. It is, and clearly acting as a stool for Cat to sit. It is just the right size for Cat to sit. And so Cat shall sit. Alright, let's actually count here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9. Just enough. It is correct. We have a correct value for these things. Oh, that reminds me. Hey, pretty sure retrovirus is moving. Yes, that was in power. Yes. Good. Good. Good, good. You are seaweed at cDNA. Empty petri at cDNA. Should I keep this as... I don't need steel, so this can be changed to moss at cDNA. Moss needs to be unstacked. And then Humma. Humma mama. Yes. Yes, this is plan. This is plan. There. There we have it. Oh, this spot. Yeah, let's clean this up, shall we? It's time. It is time to clean this up. I wonder, do my bots end up picking up more than one tile at a time, or is it only ever just one? I think it's just one. I think they only hold one thing, though. I think they currently only hold one thing. Yeah, bots are not ideal for this. But it also just utterly chew through the ammo as well. Manually is actually about as fast as the nanobots, but, you know, lots of different noise with that. It helps having mining speed upgrades for this. I guess I'm manually picking up, so I will disable the nanobots. Oh hey, my alarm's going off to indicate that it is the normal break time. Yeah, we've already done that, thanks. I would like to say the new phone has been okay at waking me up in the morning, but, yeah, it hasn't really had a good chance these past several days. Because I've been waking up before the alarm even goes off anyway. I normally have the alarm set to 7 a.m., but, yeah, for whatever reason, I just end up waking up most of the time before 7. And I just sit there and, like, bring up news until 7, and then I get up. Okay, I need 3. I need 3 of the thing. 3 of this. Hey, techs are done. So that's 150 steam. Seaweed. And empty petri. Oh wow, there's actually empty petri dishes available. Wow. The seaweed is just a number of train issue. I have 75 seaweed per second. It is not an issue with the amount of seaweed that I have at the moment. I am sure eventually it will be, but right now it's very likely just a train issue. I will anticipate that there will be potentially something with rail loader being an issue, but I don't think we're at that point yet. I may as well do these 10 now. We'll do the moss gene. I do need 10 moss, so that's a little unfortunate. Unfortunately, because I can't share a belt and only have one belt of input here. Next up is moss. Glorious moss. Our moss at cDNA. Just so happens to be perfectly in line. Oh boy. Oh joy. Oh bliss. I like when it's perfect. And yes, all of this to make 0.1. 0.1. Of the cDNA in one factory. Shall I share? Yes, I shall. Because I think it, yes, it's just 3 from here. Now, if I needed to scale this, I would want it to be a little higher. It's actually a tile to above where it needs to be. So it would be this, 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 and then you can probably see how it will work out. I would need to have like 2 tiles away for the next one over, but yeah, that's generally how it would work. For scaling. Now I just need to bring in things. Our basic substrate at cDNA. Glassware. Laboratory instruments. More lab instruments. Biosamples. Pretty sure I have these provided. Yes. Plasmids at cDNA. And, of course, retrovirus at cDNA. We have the plasmids and the retro. There we go. That is cDNA. It is going to need to require 100 of them in the full stack, and that will take a while at 0.1 per second. So we'll say 20 as the limiting amount, 1/5 the number. Okay, what does it still need? It still needs this basic substrate. And once the basic substrate comes in, we will have cDNA getting produced on the train network. Right, and it starts with a lowercase letter. Meaning that meaning that it comes at the very end of the list. Yes, it comes at the very end after the capital Z. Because capitalized letters, every capitalized letter is above lowercase letters. In this alphabetical list. That's one way of sorting it, I guess. Like, oh, it's in alphabetical order. Well, not really. It's a definition for alphabetical order. In this case, it's putting all of the entire alphabetical order of all of the capital letters before all the entire capital order of the lowercase letters, or all the all the alphabetical order for uppercase then lowercase, rather than what one would logically expect, which would be capital A, lower a, capital B, lower b, capital C, lower c, in alphabetical mixed class order. Isn't like that here. Apparently, with this list, it's not mixed case alphabetical, it is case then alphabetical. Okay. That's just how computers work, I guess. cDNA. We've got some cDNA. I see some cDNA. I'll need to bring that into the mall. Because that's what it's exclusively used for the moment. Whoops, wrong thing. At the end of the list, there you are. Okay, that will bring in cDNA into the mall, which means that that will likely start making FATI. I think that will begin the process of building FATI at the mall. I don't remember if I had any FATI already built. I might have. I might have done that thing, but I don't remember. I know that I have Ulrich and I have Ulrich on me. Maybe? Maybe, baby? I have Ulrich on me and I have Tufra on me, because I remember doing Ulrich and Tufra. I do not remember doing FATI. FATI? FATI, FATI, FATI. FATI for an eye for an eye. Don't see anything in there. How about you? Nada. You've got some regular cotton gut og pup, ropes. No cotton gut studs. Elysia, plenty of augs. Plenty of augs and guar. You've got guar, kickout, Thawagi Moondrop, Vrauk, Yadel. Yeah, I don't think I had made any Fadai. I'm pretty sure I didn't. Otherwise, I would see it in this stuff that I put into boxes. Not in my boxes. Therefore, did not exist. Alright then. Up here. Find the Fedai. Fedai just needs cDNA. In order to build the things, just needs that cDNA. We're going to limit that chest, and we're going to limit that chest. For eventual Archods. Just need to bring in coke oven gas on the Archods. And I think it's a similar deal here with these. So I'm going to actually put in request for you. So you can actually start bringing codecs for sea sponges, codices for sea sponges as they're made. Then it just needs the cDNA as well to build. Oddly, that's all it needs is just the couple codexes to come in and cDNA. And that'll be sea sponges, initial sea sponges. I'll need to have this cycle multiple times to start the process, at least twice. Needs to cycle, I think, at least twice, because we need to process a sponge into a sprouts, 2 sprouts per sponge, and then sprout into adult. Ah yes, I did not mention, I did take an upgrade for the data arrays. I did end up taking the productivity upgrade for the data arrays. 10% productivity bonus on data arrays. It makes it so that they now consume 25 megawatts of power each when they are running. .25 megawatts of power each when they are running. But, yeah, these things called efficiency modules exist in Bob's modules, and, you know, vanilla as well, but, you know, Bob's modules have efficiency modules, and beacons exist that can output the full value of the strength of a module up to 8 modules in a beacon at beacon level 3. It should be pretty simple to get these from plus 2,000 to minus 80. It should be very possible to get these from plus 2,000% max consumption down to minus 80 through module effects. So that's going to be the plan through beaconed module effects to reduce the power consumption. Of course, all of the module slots within the thing are going to be going towards productivity. And of course, later on, we'll get God modules, and that will have all of the effects all together, productivity and efficiency and speed on them. So that will be a thing. Glorious thing for the data arrays, especially since they have 5 slots versus most buildings get 4 slots at Mark 4. This one just has 5 at all times. Huh. All right. Cool. Just waiting on cDNA to exist. That's all we're doing. Just waiting for it to get to them all and get delivered. 20 units at a time. Okay. What is next on the agenda? Now that we have the cDNA and retrovirus. Next up, I think, is to get into fetal serum. The data array is affected by a turd upgrade module. Yes, that's how that thing is implemented. It is like all of these currently have the effect actually of the satellite amplifier as a module, and that's partially for compatibility with like planning, factory planning. I can set a separate beacon entity to beacon the effect of the satellite amplifier, which is currently giving the 10% productivity on everything and increasing the power. There's no way to separately produce the modules. But theoretically, if you could make the module satellite amplifier, it could slot into the actual module slots of data arrays to their full effects. Okay, I need to remember, do I even provide coke oven gas? Do I have a coke oven gas? The answer is no. No, I do not. Okay. That makes this pretty simple then. Coke oven gas. I hear cat. Cat? Where is cat? Where is cat? Where is Ollie? I don't know where Ollie is. There's Ollie. I see him now. He is behind me. On the floor. Hey, Mr. Cat. You gonna come up? You gonna come say hi? Mr. Cat gonna come say hi? Gonna come up? You gonna come up? Yeah, baby. Gonna come up? He's looking. He's looking. There's a Mr. Cat. There's Mr. Cat. There he is. There he is. There's the boy. Yes, there's the kitty. Kitty. Ollie. There's Ollie. Yes, Mr. Ollie Cat. Grooming. Grooming cat. Yes, grooming. Grooming kitty. Yes, you lick the chops. How's my boy? How's the boy doing? Getting into troubles anywhere? Yes, that's the baby. There's a baby. Sister is under my bed. His sister's under my bed. She's comfies. She's comfies, and she probably won't be coming out until 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. When she's hungry, basically. When she wants food, she shall come out to say hi. This. Screw it. Yeah, we'll do this. We'll do this. I've got thing. I've got blueprint. I has blueprint. I shall blueprint, and I've got DDC. I've got plenty of DDC. And I have high pressure furnace. Spam! Spam calling me. That's new thing of new phone, is it actually says, hey, this is likely spam. Like, I know if it's not a number I don't recognize, then it is by default spam. And I don't care. I only answer my phone for numbers that I absolutely know. Or in the case of the call with Amazon yesterday, something that I explicitly pushed the button, say, hey, call me, and it was the call that came through. You know, the phone had Amazon listed as suspected spam. Like, really? Okay. But I know that it's not because I literally just said, hey, call me. And I know that it's Amazon. The likelihood of having a spam call happen the moment I push the button to say call me is, you know, pretty low, I think. I think it's pretty low odds of that happening. Oh yeah, we have to set this recipe to actually make the thingies with this blueprint. Then I need this to kill those. It does make ash, and I need to kill the ash. I have a doohickey already somewhere that's killing a byproduct at Vrauk. You. Hi. Hello, you. I need to copy you. I need to get a doohickey. You are within range. Interesting that I don't have any on me. Thank you. Bring me things. Bring me my things. I demand my things. Thou shalt give me my things. And a Constructobot will eventually get here to place the thing. Speaking of Constructobots, how are they doing over here? Yeah, they're doing alright. They're doing okay building out all of this. Yes, he's a comfy kitty now. He's comfy. Yes, he's comfy. Comfy Ollie. Yes, comfy Ollie. You know, I have this the mat here with the towel under it for the cats to rest on. Just so as you know, the towel isn't there because that's where I want the cats to be. It's there because the cats want to be there. And so I put the thing down because the cats are going to be there anyway. The cat chose the spot. And I put the thing to make the spot more comfortable for the cat because the cat chose the spot. I didn't choose the spot for the cat chose the spot. They both chose the spot because it's next to me. Because they get to be with me. And even when I had brought the TV closer on the desk to me, they still went there. They still go there. Even if the things are gone, even if it's just bare desk, they'll still go there. Because that's where they go. They want to be there in that spot. That's their spot. They've chosen it. That's the spot where they know that they can be and be comfy and be next to me and be happy. Really? You didn't actually give it enough cDNA to actually do a cycle? Like, come on. Come on, man. Do a cycle. Please. Aye. Then I need to void the everything else. Ta-da. Da-dee-dee-doo-dee-dee-da-da-da-da-doo. That is coke oven gas specifically to get archives. How many times do I need to do this cycle? I've forgotten. I don't know. I don't remember. If I took the upgrade to produce queens this way, then I wouldn't have to make as many. But no, I'm not going to worry about that. We've got a fat eye moving. Good. Next up on the agenda is silver. Now that those are moving, I'm going to allow those to go and do their job for a bit. None of the other creatures can move, and I don't think I have any other plants that I need to make right now. We're just going to ignore the fact that I just completely skipped doing Cadavericorum. We're just going to ignore that for the moment. I could have done them a long time ago, but I did not, nor do I feel the need to at all. They were the intended way of getting into copper in the beginning of the game, but they are just too expensive to genuinely justify. So, no. Nah. Not gonna happen. No, instead what we're doing is silver, which... I'm gonna need to mine additional lead. For this purpose, most likely. Although I probably have enough backup on lead to not have to do that. Where is the lead? Hello? Where's the molten lead build? Has to be near you. There's lead ore. I've got plenty of the lead ore, apparently, off of that build, so yes. We're fine there. Where's the build? Lead. Lead. Molten lead. Has to be near here. You. Molten lead. There. Alright. Created the first fat eye. Cool. We've created Fadai. The Fadai has been cast. Okay, I forget what I need exactly to cast the silver from the thingies. So I'm just gonna, copy and paste. I'm going to go here physically. Just get rid of that because we don't need that. We need automated factories. I think it's just a 1-to-1. I think it just is 1-to-1. It doesn't. I don't think it needs the borax. And it definitely does not need the thingy there. So I'll get rid of pretty much all of this. Is it really? Ugh. If you're gonna do it in line. Make it consistent. If you're going to make it consistent. Pretty sure I don't need any coke as part of this. Outside of what I need to void. A fuel to void, and since it's coke that's here, I may as well just use it. La dee 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 da dee 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 do. This was probably the borax, huh? I have created a sea sponge! Yay. Sponges. That was not the building that I wanted. This is the building that I wanted. Silver, yes. Just straight up 1-to-1, you know, item to item. Lead to dust into silver. 3-to-1 ratio. So however much this made of lead dust, which, you know, somewhere between 1 and 2, divide that by 3, and that's how much silver this thing makes. If it seems pretty low, that's because it is, and there's no better way for some time. I'm just gonna do S silver for now, and copy over doohickey. Doohickey, the hickiest of doos. That is the best I'm going to do for silver until much later. Until following tech levels happen. Yeah, that's not going to happen. I refuse. Should I refuse, though? Yes, absolutely. There's no chance I'm going to do that. Like, even for one plate, that's excessive. Supremely excessive. Given enough volume of kickalk, you can do it. Anything that soot makes is technically viable through free kickalk, through raw fiber into ash, into soot. But just remember, it's 10-to-1 ash to soot. And this is 10-to-0.3 silver. So that's 333 1/3 ash to make one silver plate. And then it's... Okay, then you divide by 3 again. That's how much raw fiber that you need. 111.1 raw fiber, of which it's a 5-to-1, so divide that by 5. That's 22.2 repeating kickalk per 1 silver plate. This is 15 kickalk net. And you would need 22.2 repeating for 1 silver plate to do it from soot. So as I said, technically possible to do for free. This is free kickalk, not using lamps or anything else. This is the free kickalk, the slowest process and the most intensive for infrastructure. But yeah, it exists. It technically exists. It is technically an option. just not one I would ever even remotely consider taking. Really? Really? Today I learned that if you hold Control and Shift and click on an entity, that the factory search mod brings up a factory search for the entity that you Control Shift left clicked. Neat. I totally called that one S silver when it needed to be D silver. Oh boy. So I showed you, I told you that it was like 22 kickalc, right? Well, let's actually look at it from a like I need ore perspective for silver, for 1 silver. If I wanted 1 silver plate at this phase of the game through the standard method of lead dust, I would need 3 lead dust. And ultimately, I don't think it matters there. I need to select a different recipe. What? What do I need? Huh? That? No, that's the thing. That. I would need 52.5 lead ore to get 1 silver. The lead ore at this phase of the game, guess what? It comes from soot. It would need 656 hash. I didn't expect this. Let me be clear. I didn't expect this to be this bad. Oh my god. When getting silver directly from soot is twice as efficient as getting it from ore, something has gone horribly wrong somewhere. Yeah. That's if doing it the way that one would need to do it in a block-style playthrough, in a SeaBlock-Style playthrough. This is the intended way that you should be doing it to get the lead ore. This is the way that one must be doing it at this phase of the game. But the ore exists on the map to mine. If you instead, did the brain dead thing, the most obvious thing in the world, the normal way, the normal intended actual way, why, then it just becomes a matter of getting 477.3 acetylene, which is significantly easier. We have obtained an Archod. An Archod exists now. One of them, in grand total. He's comfy. Oh, he's so cute. He's so cute and comfies. And if I try to touch that belly, he's gonna grab me. Yes, Mr. Cat. Mr. Cat, grabbies. Grabbies. Yes. Yes, I see that hook. I see that hook. That's a hook right there. Yeah, that's a hook right there. Maybe we should try to not have a hook anymore. Hey. Snip. Snip the hook. Snip that hook. Oh, stretchies. Yeah, stretchies. Stretchies. Pretty boy. Yes. So this, please think of this over mining. Current or over the other ways. Over ash. Please don't ash. Please don't ash lead ever. Don't ash your lead. Don't lead your ash. Anyway, don't soot sort for this. It's pointless. Don't soot sort for the ore ever. That not suggested ever. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad. It's horrible. Especially if you're just going to do the processing of the ore in the normal way. Just don't do it. Either get the silver directly or mine the ore. Either soot sort silver or mine ore. That's the best bet. Weird, I know. Extremely weird to be saying that, but yeah, it's actually better to just do the 0.3% or the 0.3 output, 30% chance from 10 soot. Actually saves you resources if you get your ore from soot as well. Yeah, that's an issue, huh? That soot would need to output so much more ore in order to actually be worthwhile. But what sucks even more is that, of course, we don't get access to this recipe for a long time until Drilling Fluid 2. And then we don't have access to the phytomining. Like, I would love to actually instead just use phytomining. Whoops. I intended to disable that and do this through phytomining and actually to see the phytomining. Now, the phytomining needs Grod, so, you know, it would be nice to get the earlier Grod, I guess. It needs 700 tailings to get that much ore, but 350 buildings. 350 buildings from 3.5 Grod, of which I don't even know the most basic recipe. I think is that one. For a phytomining setup, I think this is okay-ish, mostly. That 700 tailings is very, very painful, though. So, yeah, I think it's just going to be painful always. Need better tailings to support that, frankly. Doing my tar build 7 times to get enough tailings for that. It's a lot of infrastructure. It's a lot of infrastructure. It would potentially be more infrastructure than this. Then again, though. So, where is it? Is it you? Yes. A unit of this is about 140 something tar. So for 700, that's, you know, not 7. I think there's actually exactly 7 in this setup here. It makes like 140 something though, so I would need like 6, 5. So it would be that much space dedicated just to the quenching, tar quenching for the tailings, the 700 tailings. So the 700 tailings would be about this big by itself, plus an additional 700 some odd grod, 420 grod plantations. In total. Which grod plantations are relatively small, but anyway, point stands. Plus it needs urea as an input, as well as the, like, doesn't even matter. The limestone in the soil, those are trivial. Urea is not as trivial, but still, we could bring it in. And all of this just to make 1 silver. Yeah. If it were available at this point, but it's not, so no point dreaming about it. Fetal serum. I already did this for fetal serum. I said 10. And 10 is what I shall do, and I will not even get 10. Do I need fetal serum on? Yes, I think. Pi 2. How much fetal serum do I need? Do I? I don't. Oh no, I'm conflating that with the artificial blood. No, I need the artificial blood, not the fetal serum. I only need the fetal serum to make creatures right now. And we're not doing other shenanigans. Huzu exists. Chorkocks exist. Gorbachevs exist, or Gobachevs, excuse me, exist. There's no R there. Gorbachev exists. Those are new creatures, by the way, that exist. Yeah. So, they are a thing that is new. They are basically logistics bots for fluids. That's how you can think of it. They're logistics bots for fluids. And they make a byproduct of some description. I don't know if there's a entry for it yet in the codex. I would hope that they would have that. But anyway, we're looking at fetal serum. Fetal serum, are you involved in science? You're involved in bioprinting. You're involved in Rika, and I think Rika is involved in science. The Rika protein is most likely needed to make an upgraded creature that's involved in making perfect samples. So fetal serum is likely involved in making perfect samples as a requirement. But I think that's the only thing. Gastrocapacitors. Portable fusion reactors. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. Workodials. Thickets. So yeah, it's a lot of initial creatures need it. Which means we're making it at the mall. We're making it here. I will need to import all 3 items, I think. I need the glassware, I need the guts, and I need the stuff. The silver. Guts, which need to be unstacked, destacked, whatever, however you want to call it. Uh-oh. What? Oh. There's an issue at this station. How far back is that gonna put me? Not far back. So what's the problem there? It's this one. That likely means that it got pasted every so often, so it's likely that all of this is broken. So you know what? I'm going to trim and fix what's been placed. Those all should connect to the bulk rail unloaders. It's not as important, but they still should. I'm not going to bother with it right now. I'm just going to fix what seems to be broken. Then I'm going to save. Alright. That will do. That will have to do. Just walk on back, get to the spot where I need to stand to set these new stations. Need to set the 3 stations all over again. Okay. Save. M glassware. I'll make this guts this time. No crash. Something was just up with some of these. It's weird. Maybe something about having the robots try to place things is problematic. Anyways, that was silver, guts, and glassware being brought to the mall, requested at the mall. He's so comfy. Ollie's so comfy. Comfy kitty. Comfy cutie. And now I just need to put down the building to build the thing. What building is it in again? In, I think it was this guy. Or the gene lab. It's either the biofactory or the gene lab. Think it was the biofactory, it was the biofactory. Cool. They're on their way. They're on their way. So what does this do for me by itself? Not too much. It lets me get into Zhiffo. The Zhiffos, which are not necessary for the science yet. They're not necessary for the science, but I would like to have them available. And I've been trying to think about what I want on the Zhiffo upgrade. This is one of the ones where I have good arguments for basically all three. This one's just a matter of preference, I think, whichever one you want, because there's a good argument for, well, there is an argument to have this output acetone, because you could actually just, it changes how you spend things, and it's still a bit expensive to make just acetone, really. If you're trying to do this to primary acetone out, adding complexity to guarantee a +1 to all of the recipes is fine. But of course you are in fact adding complexity here. You are changing this to now you need to barrel phytoplankton, and you need to provide a new fluid, liquid nitrogen, into this system, and you need to provide red hot coke into this system, and you need to deal with coke and nitrogen as outputs from this system. In the alternative, option 2 reduces complexity and guarantees an output slowly. You don't get to upgrade this at all. Your only way to make this go faster is to use better buildings. So this will, until the end of time, be a fairly large build, but it's a heck of a lot simpler, because with this, You're not spending filtration media anymore. You're not spending the filtration media anymore. And you are guaranteeing a 1-to-1 larva to Zipho. None of these, until the last recipe, guarantee a 1-to-1. Only the final and most complex recipe of the Zipho recipes guarantees a 1-to-1 larva to adult. And it's fast. Much faster than this, 1/42 versus 58 base speed. I'm taking option 2. I'll go with simplicity. And dodging filtration media like the plague on this build. I'll take the guaranteed output. And frankly, it doesn't remove any of the existing recipes either. It's just an additional recipe that you get access to. Now, fish food is 1 unit of fish food worth 3 lamps. And 10 biomass. And 10 fish eggs. And the effort involved in making fish eggs. Is 1 unit of fish food worth 3 lamps? This is the question of the day. Because, for reference, fish food needs that stuff. Needs that stuff to build. Is 3 lamps worth the equivalent of 1/3 of this amount of items? It's a close one, really. It is actually pretty close. I think it may be, especially in... Well, how much of this would be affected by productivity gains? So the bone, lard, skin, native flora, and plastic would all be directly implicated by God modules for improving their output, which is more items than lamps. But lamps chains are significantly more productive. We have made the first Zipho, woohoo! I think the lamps actually might be worth it, because the recipe so that you can essentially spend lamps to get fish food through fish. The fish will always provide enough fish food to keep themselves going, and it will net +1, pretty much regardless of which fish recipe you're using. Meaning that if you're using the basic fish recipe, you are able to actually build fish for fish food and use fish for fish food at Zipho to eat fish food for making Zipho, to guarantee a +1 Zipho output for 1 fish food. I think it was 1. Was it 1? What was it? I forgot already what that Zipho recipe was. It is 1 fish food to 1 Zippo, yeah. But you do, of course, also need fish food to make the larva. We will have the basic recipe, which still needs filtration media, by the way. We don't get to dodge filtration media completely for Zippo, because we do still need the larva. But it's better to not spend the additional filtration media. This will need a fish food for 2 larvae. And this needs a fish food for 1 adult per larva. So 3 total fish food for 2 adults. 3 for 2. 1.5 each. Any hoozles. So, progression. What have we done thus far, and what are we still working on as we continue? And we will be streaming an extra hour today, just for reference. We have obtained fetal serum, access to fetal serum, which is giving me access only really to Zippo right now, because we do need to get into artificial blood to finish things off. We do have sea sponges now, which we could do at any point in time. We have some archods. Wait. Archods? I thought that recipe was supposed to give me eggs. Why did I not see eggs? Oh, because I have it limited to 1 slot in the chest instead of 2. So the eggs just backed up. Ha. Alright then. So I need Ulrich and I need Archods, like, as the next necessary steps, I think. I have Fadai. So we have to do Ulrich, Archods. I don't really need to do the Archods next, I think. The Archods are sort of something I can do anytime as long as I have the Ulrich for it. I don't think I need the Archods as part of this artificial blood setup. So, like, the point should be get artificial blood as quickly as possible, because that's what's locking the Corlax and the Zipier to get into PyScience 2 specifically. And to do this, I will need Fat-Eye. To get artificial blood, I will need Fat-Eye, and I will need the sea sponges. Because I will need to get rare earth and cobalt extracts. And to do that, I need the rare earth ores to get into the cobalt, as well as the rare earth ores to get into the rare earth oxide. So I need it for both of these things. And I don't want to think about how I'm getting into the acid gas as acid gas quite yet. Oh boy, please tell me I can just... Ew. Yeah, this is why I didn't want to think about it too much. We might Aurum at this point. We might Aurum. This doesn't show turret upgrade recipes until you get them. So, just so we're aware, there is a Fawagi upgrade that gives you sulfur plus Fawagi into acid gas, and you can do Fawagi into sulfur. So you can just have a setup that's a Fawagi setup that gives you acid gas, and therefore also gives you sulfuric acid. So you can do Fawagi into sulfur, acid gas, and sulfuric acid with this process unlocked. For whatever reason, it adds Xeno codex to the Fawagi from nothing recipe, which I don't know why one would ever do, but it also adds it to the like upgrading processes as well, and it makes it so that the buildings actually go a bit faster. The other options would be to add purist to nitrogen to the Faugi recipes to improve their output a bit and improve their speed a bit. I don't see the point. Really, I wouldn't. Switching Faugi into Rockhull to Faugi into activated carbon is, in this scenario, not good. It's not good, I would say, because that sort of gets rid of one of your only ways of getting into Rockhull. Of which, yeah, in terms of necessary progression, there's actually none. Because you can coke oven gas from wood. But you need it to do an Arcod Mark II, so... And biomass and bio-oil exist. So, I mean, yeah, technically you can get rid of this. You can get rid of this. By the point in the game where it's relevant, you can get rid of it. Faugi upgrades are at the next tech level. For Faugi Stage 2, and I think, where's the... Yeah, here. So it's here that we get access to it, so great, you know. The thing we could use to get here unlocks after getting there. So I have to live without it until we get this, and then we can get that tech eventually. Okay. Next item on the agenda. New factory. We are going to do Fat Eye. What do I need for Fat Eye? Or it's really just rare earth ore that I really need. Just, you know, for laughs. We'll say 15. So we need about that much. 3.7 carapaces. We have two options. We can either slaughter Fat Eye to spend a Fat Eye to get 2 carapaces each, or we can do this recipe to get Fat Eye without killing any. We will, however, need to recover tired Fat Eye, which is, generally speaking, I think, more efficient. But I do need to, like, get Fat Eye modules. So there's that, too, to think about a bit. I need to recover the... Oh, yeah, it needs ethanol. Right. I don't think I have a great way to ethanol. To get this much, that's a lot of stuff. Oh look, it's our good friend Filtration Media again. And Tufra. So I would need to push Tufra up, and I would need to push in Filtration Media to now, which is activated carbon, and setting up activated carbon, and microfiber. In the alternative, duplicate, please. In the alternative, we slaughter Fat Eye. 1.8 Fat Eye. We will need to get Fat Eye from cubs. Meat. They apparently need to eat meat, which you can get by slaughtering them. Ahem. The benefit of this setup, not so beneficial. part of this setup. Oh, you also use the speakers. Yikes. That's a lot of circuits. That's fewer circuits. But that's also more programmable speakers as well to do the food. That's a lot of meat. Whoa. Whoa. That is a lot of meat. That's plus 15 on top of this. That is a lot of meat to do the food for the from the pups. The pho. But I guess I do want to spend fewer cotton guts, right? $7.5 cotton guts, 6.5. What? Oof. 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 Yeah, so this is cheaper. This is necessary, but not for the rare earth. It's necessary to get more fadi in the end. Because I need to set up additional fadi for modules. I don't see this expense as worth it for the slaughter products. The programmable speakers are a major problem. It is super annoying that these are spent in this process, completely spent in this process. Same with the lamps. It sucks that they're completely spent in this process and they don't get returned at all. Granted, under normal circumstances, these would only become available later on in the game. These are not supposed, like in a standard playthrough, the fadi do not become necessary until later tech, in which case in later tech it's easier to get this many circuits that's needed for this. Oh boy. That's unexpected to have that folks come by today. Great. Great. Yes, Mr. Cat. He's looking. Looks like we have the we have insect pest control doing the outside. Doing the outside today. They come every other month. Come every other month. Make sure we don't have bugs. Make sure we don't have the bugs coming inside. Yeah. Yes. Huh. He's like, who was that? What was that noise? What was that noise, Mr. Cat? What was that noise? At least you're not running away, huh? At least you're not running away. Now, if there's a knock on the door, he runs away. I don't think there was a knock on the door. I didn't hear it anyway. Okay. Stuff. Decisions need to be made. That is a lot of cotton gut. This is probably also too much cotton gut, frankly. Yeah. There's no chance in hell I'm getting 15 rare earth ore in the end from this. So we'll plan out based off of how much I need for the amount of PyScience. Okay. So for the amount of stuff that I need for the PyScience, I need a total of 0.008 rare earth oxides, as well as 0.008 cobalt extract. Huh. And that's in total. Yeah? Yeah. And those are only needed for the artificial blood. They're not needed anywhere else. Okay. Let's say artificial blood. If we say 10 units per second. All right, which one of these? Which of these is the thing? One of these, that one. Half. 1/2 of 1 unit of rare earth ore. .125 carapace. For that part. For the mixed ores. What? Oh, the copper, right. For the mixed ores, it needs 2. So we need 0.625. How much ore? It's 2.5 ore. Flat. Is this more manageable? That's a better number for the circuits, but it's still the majority of what I have. This is something I'll just have to live with, I guess, to be half a circuit. I get 1.25 consistently. 1.25 circuits is what I'm currently living with. Oh yes, and then there's the food. And then there's the food. Need to make the food. It needs guar gum. I'm providing lamps on the train network. I'll likely have to scale cotton guts again. You actually need gravel? For the filtration media, yeah. That's right. Do I want to import filtration media? I don't think I want to make filtration media here. I want to import it. I will need tufra. So we need filtration media. At this low of value, it's tempting to just atomize guts, but nah. This isn't too bad, but coal dust. How do I want to coal dust? I don't have the milling recipe to mill coal into coal dust, but I do have this, so that's fine if I'm already spending kick all cure anyway. Yes, big boy. Yes, Mr. Cat. That's my Mr. Cat. Baby, baby. I am going to have to take another brief break here, and we'll do this build when we get back for the next part of the stream. We are streaming for the extra hour today. I just need to take a brief break. I will be back shortly. I have returned. Welcome back. We'll see if Ollie decides to come through again, because he followed me when I got up, as he tends to do. Okay, we are going to build filtration media as we are entering the final hour of the stream. I should also plan out Tufra, because we will need Tufra. I should have made Tufra seeds. I don't remember if I have them on me, though. Because I know I have the Tufra, I don't think I have the seeds. I'm just remembering that, hey, yeah, I made Tufra and I made seeds for Tufra, so That is something I know exists in one of these boxes, most likely. I know they exist. Here. They're right here. Yes. Icon. It had the icon of it. There they are. They exist. I knew they existed. Because I only had two for it. I'm like, no, I made enough for what I need to set that up. That included the seeds. Okay, do I have all of the buildings that I need? Yes, I do have all of the buildings that I need to make one filtration media. Do I need more than one filtration media? The answer, I think, is no. I need 0.104 for this build for now. Okay, let's go ahead and there's Mr. Cat. There's Mr. Cat. He's come back. Yes, hi. Hello, baby. Hello, my baby. That's my Mr. Cat. Yes, hi, Ollie. Hey, Ollie. Yes, he wants his patting. He wants his pets. He wants pets. He wants pets. Come on, get thee over there. Ah. Get thee some fuel. Hey, baby. Where are you going? Going up? Going up top? Is it time to go up top for Mr. Cat? Another instance of cats chose the spot. So I put down the thing to give them the spot. He would be up there on those boxes even if I didn't have pad for cat. We can hide that now. Am I bringing in a fluid by train? No. No, I'm not. I am making a fluid locally. Alright, we need lamps. I need to break down this, and I need to set, like, hydrogen chloride and, like, chlorine as excess. Yeah, no, you're gonna set those as excess, and then we will have that as excess for the amount of sodium hydroxide that I need. I need 54 saline, and I need some nitrogen. Cool. No, I'm not gonna filter that. Do this. Thank you. That's what I need. Pure sand will be made local from sand and soil. As will the stone. So these four things are what I need. 4 items. We're going to be thinking in smaller scale until after I have PyScience 2, at which point then I need to actually get the techs that PyScience 2 unlocks. And once I have the PyScience 2 techs, we can work on upgrading scale of things. More things, not all of them, but more of them. Oh boy, so I need a stone. That's a stone. Should start this up here. All right, need stone. Need pure sand. How much pure sand? 6. This is 8, but that's fine. All right. That is all of that. Then I need my saline. I need 3 of this build, sadly. Because each is 25. I have to go all the way up to 75. Okay, that will be enough saline. I will do the electrolysis next. Yeah, it's probably for the best. Needs to be a tile further away, but that's only really if scaling later, which I don't think I'll be. I might not be using this specific recipe for scaling later. I need 1 of this. And I need to overflow void those. Lamps. Okay, that's that. Then, yeah, let's work on getting into the activated carbon. We can just do this. Bring in the zinc. Okay, that's that part. Then, to get into the activated carbon, I'm still going to need nitrogen, and I'm going to need this guy. I'm going to need coal dust, so that is next. Seven. Next is Kickalk. Bring on the Kickalk. Bring it on. I need to split that and bring it down. Because I'll need to also use the centrifuge to make fiber for the microfiber, but that comes after this guy, who's going to need a couple of these. That makes the nitrogen for the activated carbon. You need sodium hydroxide, zinc chloride, and coal dust to do that. Yeah, I'm gonna split. Okay, then I'll centrifuge this stuff. I'll need to filter biomass into a thingy boiler. All right, from there, pulp mill. Now these two can meet up. There's microfiber. Just add pure sand and, oh yeah, gravel. Oh yeah, gravel. Should have done that here, because I don't need stone as stone. I need all of it as gravel. I'm sorry, that's a 6.6 stone. I need another one of these. I need more than 5. Each one of these units makes 5 stone. Yeah, that'll work. That shall work for me. Pull this down. Last one's glass. It's not horrible, but I still don't like it all that much. Never really cared for the filtration media builds. But hey, we made a lot of new stuff. Can definitely say we made new stuff. It's our first time making microfiber and fiber and activated carbon, I believe. First time for all those things. First time for the zinc chloride as well. So now anytime any of those ingredients are used in any other circumstance, I will absolutely feel free to make that stuff at scale, because we have now seen it. It exists. I've yet to get a notification that my tablet has shipped my replacement Fire Max 11. That's supposed to arrive by end of day today. Still no shipment notification that it's been shipped at all. Just nothing. Nothing at all. Like, okay, guys. If you couldn't have gotten it out today, then you shouldn't have said so from the start. Oh well. Looks like there's an ad that'll be starting within the next minute. Less than minute. Just so you're aware, they've been popping up every 30 minutes of streaming time. We're about entering the 3.5 hour mark of time that from the very beginning of the stream. We are streaming, of course, until the end of this next hour, so there'll be one more after this. I have to figure out what we're going to do. What are we going to do now that we have the filtration media? Oh boy, just going to assign filtration media. Yeah. I we will make Tufra. Tufra shall be next. We are making space potatoes. Space potatoes. That's what we shall make next. Our potatoes are going to require coarse fraction, which I have usually spent the iron to make instead of soil, but I will absolutely spend the iron to reduce the infrastructure cost. It also needs manure bacteria, aka it needs seaweed and manure. And that's it. That is all. That right there is our next build. We will make potatoes. Space potatoes, of which we need 0.521 to get the amount of rare earth ores that I need with Fat Eye. So that is our next order of business. Now that I have the filtration media, next order of business is, in fact, Fat Eye, followed by rare earth oxides and cobalt for artificial blood. Once I have Tufra potatoes. But that will be like the order of operations for the following stream, our following stream. I've figured out what I want to do between streams, really. There's not too much left that I can reasonably scale. Let's see, where are my potatoes? There they are. I have enough potatoes. Do I have enough of the other buildings? Yes, I have the infrastructure. I don't have the potato modules, but I do have enough to get this moving. That is definitely on the agenda. I have enough to get it moving. At least I should. I shouldn't have to make any more potatoes from scratch. Okay, we will do this in its own dedicated square. Just because I anticipate scaling this. I do not need to bring in a fluid for you at this point in time. I do need to bring in seaweed, I need to bring in iron, and I need to bring in manure and empty petri dishes. So 4 items for inputs. Okay. Wait. Why is it... Huh? I guess I do need extra agar this time around. Of course, I need to grab 2 of the things, not just 1. Because it's 57 and not just 50. If it's 50 or less, would have been fine. But no, it's not. It's 57. So I need a whole other doohickey. Whole nother doohickey required. Okay. Seaweed. Empty petri. Okay. Those will eventually arrive. Next. Those will combine, lead in with manure. Okay. That is that. Next, these. That should be good enough. Manure bacteria. Our first time making manure bacteria. Okay, this is the iron. Whenever I have enough iron. boy, that is that. We need more than 7.5 on the soil, so that unfortunately has to stay as it is for now. We need to get the botanical nurseries set up. The 2 botanical nurseries. Make enemy seeds. The seeds and the coarse fraction, those can sit quite comfortably together. I'm going to box for now. I'm not going to bother finishing the build and putting it onto trains. Like, there's no point, because I need to have stuffs. I need stuffs. I need modules. I need to throw all of the seeds into this one building. If I can find the seeds. There you are. Okay. Going to imagine that this will be upgraded later. I'm going to trim that, but copy from here. So that's 10 on the line. I need pretty close to 100. I need 96, so I may as well build it to be 100. Okay, there's that. That will be manure bacteria once I get the everything. Once I get a delivery of seaweed, which I have now done. So once the seaweed delivery comes in, that's the manure bacteria. And then you for water at the end. Um, That doesn't really work. So I'll need that extra space. This will have to do. Yeah, that has to shift. There's no other option. But hmm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I will anticipate having to rebuild the whole thing eventually. And right now, most of this isn't going to be moving because I have to wait on the positive feedback loop to give me enough Tufra to fill up all these module slots. I need a lot to fill up module slots. Okay. Give power, connect it all. Then go and do that. There goes Tufra. I'm sorry, you made 3 total Tufra. You made 3 Tufra. Stop. Okay. nanobots are trying to throw all the Tufra as modules, and I don't want them as modules yet. Ta-da! Once I have stuff, it'll go in here. It'll be great. It'll be fantastic. I'm just checking to make sure everything should move. I think everything should move. That is Tufra. I'm just gonna prepare the train. This is net 1. Just want to point out, net 1 needs 1.7 whatever. So it's actually a decent enough ratio on the feedback loop. Anything lower than 2 to 1 is fine. Especially at the very beginning. Oh boy. Potatoes! They have begun. We have begun potatoing. Didn't think that I would potato today, but here we are. I did not imagine of the work that I did today that I would be doing space potatoes. I knew it was eventually something I would have to do, but I didn't realize I would be doing it today! Same with filtration media. Didn't realize today was filtration media day. After setting up cDNA and retrovirus. Didn't realize that my day after getting retrovirus and cDNA would be a day of, oh hey, yeah. Now you need Tufra. Now you need filtration media. So, we needed the Tufra in order to get into stuff and things, glorious things, to get into Fat Eye. We need Tufra to feed Fat Eye. We also needed filtration media to feed Fat Eye. I have fish, I have guar, I have plastic, I have release. I don't have Releasia on the train network. That is something I can do between streams. I have 1 total cotton gut. I will definitely need to scale up my cotton gut going forward here because I'm going to need a lot for the Peregrine as well, and more solidified Sarcoras. Actually, it's only 0.124 for the Peregrine that I need. There's actually not a lot directly there, but they do get eaten by Fat Eye here in N abundance. 0.625 get eaten by Fadai. By the Fadai. Pi 1 is not using this. Logistics science. It eats 0.185. So if I need to scale cotton guts, I don't need to scale it by very much. I think I'm okay. Potentially. Or close to it. Pretty close. So that's actually fine. Weird. I know. Actually fine. I have lamps provided on the train network. I have meat provided on the train network. I do have cotton guts provided on the train network. I will make fawagi locally. I am bringing in wood. I will bring in empty petri dishes. I do need to scale these. I can provide seaweed. We just made filtration media. We've just set up the initial batch of the tufa. Between streams, I'll make sure that it's done its positive feedback loop and is finished with all the modules in it. I technically do have half a circuit. I have up to 1.25 circuits. It's just that between this as well as a pretty big drain request on items to make mechanical parts, that is greatly exceeding my circuit capacity right now. So unfortunately, that's not something I can really scale particularly easily. At this tech level, I do need to get to the next tech level before I can really start to think about upgrading circuits. In fact, I have to actually get into circuit 2s and into modules before I can really be thinking much about scaling up simple circuits. Of course, I have the iron, I have bones, I have guts. I just said I will need to set up Relesia at some point. I've got the fish, the plastic, the guar, the copper. I'll make the steam local, vacuum is vacuum, made local, and that's water. So yes, I have everything that I need now to do Fat Eye into rare earth ores. Enough rare earth ores to be exactly the amount that I need for the stuff, for the, 10 per second-ish of the artificial blood that I have planned right now. I don't need to be producing this much. In fact, to help save on the circuits, I am probably going to reduce this to 1 and set the artificial blood to something like 5. Have it, at least. Actually set it to 4, because that way, then it's exactly 1 that I need of the rare earth ores. And with that set to 4, we don't need anywhere near as much of this stuff. Now, that being said, at Pi 2, I will need more of both cobalt extract and rare earth oxides. I believe I will need that both of these things to get into circuit 2s. So let's keep that in mind. We have our final ad going through for the stream in the next 45-ish seconds. It is the last one before the very end of the stream. We are ending within the next 5 minutes. We are likely just going to be talking and making plans for the next 5 minutes, just so as we are all aware of this. The artificial blood, once I have the carapaces and the rare earth oxide, in fact, I don't even need to really think about it from the perspective of having the carapaces. I can think of it from the perspective of the rare earth ores. Looking at this, I have to break down the decalin as well. Looking at this plan, ignoring the rare earth ores, I have the ability to get the nickel. I have Nexlit. I have titanium. I have the ability to get the copper. In fact, I can get the copper locally out of guts and meat, atomization. And I can get the nickel. Well, I mine nickel. I'll be very clear about this. I am mining nickel, so I have this available. I think I have it on the trains already, so I'll import that. Wood stacks are wood stacks. Acid gas will need to be made local, and I will be making it probably the intended way through Aurum. So we're likely going to have to do Aurum. I'm going to probably do a separate build for Aurum, and we'll do that together. Key with Aurum is it needs stone wool as a new item, as well as it needs coal gas, which I will make local with this. And I will get more than 0.178, like, duh. I have, like, infinite greenhouses at this point, because the recipe was changed to be easier to get the greenhouses. So it's fine. Aurum is basically free at this point in the game because I have the ability, I have the production capacity for the infrastructure to make the input ingredients for this for nothing. Out of nothing. Actual nothing. Out of actual nothing. Yes, actual nothingness. Because we, at this point in the game, have access to the Steam recipe for stone wool. I didn't always have the Steam recipe on the stone wool. So that is extremely important to note, that because I now have access to Steam stone coke stone wool, I can make an infinite supply of this for nothing. For absolutely free. It's absolutely free to make stone wool now. Because you can make coke directly from wood. You can go wood to coal to coke. Or, more efficiently, wood to coal to red hot coke to coke. Either way, doesn't matter. So this will end up being a separate factory to get into the acid gas for this build. I will need cyanic, so that's going to be interesting. Probably going to spend the meat, most likely. Though that 2 meat's a lot for 10. It's a lot for 10. The alternative is urea, though, and it's a lot of urea. A lot of urea, urea. But anyway, that's Zogna. I have to do Zogna. Unless I want to spend a ton of blood. Which I could. I could just spend more blood. But, nah. Aromatics and organic solvent. Yeah, those are also an issue. But yeah, I'll have to think, break this down more. Consider what I want to do with things. Oh yes, more acid gas. Ah, yes, more. More. To get the sulfuric acid. Yes. Yes. Stuff. Things. That is the plan, currently, for getting into the artificial blood. First, we will have to set up Fat Eye. I will set up the ethanol-based Fat Eye cycling with their Fat Eye food and their Python bays recycling to get into the carapaces. I will do this. This will happen. It requires only things that I have. Requires a bunch of things that I have. It is unfortunate that it is such a high amount of circuits, or that it uses circuits, period. But anyway, with that though, what have we done today? We have gotten into military science, and I've unlocked the 3 techs that mean anything at military science that are available at this point in the game. We have set up retrovirus, on the train network, as well as cDNA on the train network. We have set up filtration media on the train network to the tune of 1 per second of the filtration media. And we have set up Tufra. Not quite yet on the train network, but it is moving. The Tufra is moving slowly but surely, waiting on a positive feedback loop until I have enough Tufra to fill out the build. And we have made plans. We have made lots of plans and lots of schemes as we work our way towards eventually getting into the Pi Science 2. As I said, next time we meet, we're doing Fadi, followed by the rare earth ore and cobalt builds as part of artificial blood. If all things go well, we might have the artificial blood built by the end of the stream, but I'm not going to hold my breath on that one. That might very likely not end up being finished. I will try. I'll try to be finished so that I can have the artificial blood to start making the initial copies of the Corlex and the Zipir. Because that's what I need to get both of those, and I need both of those in order to get Pi 2. While I wait for those, and while I wait on artificial blood, the following steps would be to set up Ulrich, Arcod, sponges. Ulrich, Arcod, and sponges, and the things that I need to get into Ulrich, Arcod, and sponges. Hopefully by the time I set those up, I'll have Zipir and Corlex to set up. And once those are set up, that's like the last of the main alien life stuff blocking advancement into Pi 2. And we can build the remaining factories that we need to get into Pi 2. With that, we have reached the end of the stream. And I would like to thank you all for watching. This has been Otaku Showboat. If you have enjoyed today's stream, please be sure to do all of the social and engagement stuff down below the video. Leave a like, leave a comment, subscribe if you have not yet subscribed, and hit the notification bell. Consider becoming a member of the channel by hitting the big blue join button and supporting on Patreon at patreon.com/otakushowboat if you are so inclined. I will be back on Sunday with more. I hope to see you all then.